Well, hi there, folks, and welcome to session 53 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, for the first time in a month, we have my lovely cast. We have got Just Kyle. We've got Selkie Cove. We've got Lawless Aries Cosplays. We've got Diamond Quality Cosplay. And we've got Madness Diamond. Look at their... I've missed you guys so fucking much. So for the past couple of weeks, we were always lined up to play and some fucking shit went wrong. And then last week it was like, yay, I get to play. Nope, fucking headache. Fuck this shit. I don't get migraines. That fucking shit came on like a motherfucker. Anyway, just wanted to say, that's us, we're here, and we're going to play today. It's great, I'm so excited. Before we get into it, I do want to just go over some quick housekeeping things. Housekeeping thing number one, I'm going to be at the UK Gaming Expo. I believe that Kyle is also going to be at the UK Gaming Expo, and we've got, I believe, 3 other people from World Tree Quests who are going to be at the UK Games Expo. So if you're going to be at UK Games Expo in Birmingham, you should come and say hello. I'll be walking around with a microphone because I'm going to be interviewing people. So if you're a TTRPG enthusiast and you want to get interviewed and give your opinion on the TTRPG scene as it is right now, then come and find me. I'll happily chat to you. Yeah, UK Games Expo, May 30th to June 1st. Be there or be not a circle. Honestly, that's all I've got for housekeeping, so I'm going to move swiftly on to the lovely, lovely section I like to call Guys, what the fuck happened last session?
Kyle, you volunteered.
I did. Listen, I'm currently still compiling all the note back in because pre-prep conversation has jumbled the brain. But to my memory, we started off last session with us having the interactions of being within the temple. The following notes that I have in follow, I will not get the order correct, I apologize, but the following keynotes I have from memory are this. We finally fully know what Selkie's progenitor race was. Terraptins, I think was the name, if I'm getting it correct. Terraptin?
Which one are you talking about?
Are you talking about what they were,
or what they are now?
What they were.
No.
I may have mixed up the name wrong then.
Terraptine is what they are now.
Cool, thank you.
Terraptine is the scientific name for
Got
what
it.
they are right now.
Cool.
I don't have it noted in my notes, so I could be very wrong about it, but I don't believe that you have the name.
That would make sense of why I can't remember, because I remember we got to see what Selkie's progenitor race was.
So I think
we do.
Echo,
okay.
I think Echo has the name. I don't think Echo is given the name to anybody else.
Hasn't found anyone else. Echo hasn't left the room yet.
Correct. No, Echo's currently having a whole chat with a dragon god spirit. I'm not entirely sure. There's bones, and then there's not bones, and then there's just bones.
Just say yes.
Yeah. So we've got that.
Yeah, so Echo is aware that they are their original race that they were before they became a Terraptine is a Betan.
Ah, thank you. That word is not ringing in the brain, so thank you very much for that. We also have the wonderful Diamond Cosplay trying to also get into that room very briefly, and now looking through the temple to find out just a little couple bits of information for someone who's whispering in their ears. There's nothing ever could be terrifying or wrong with those kind of words. Kriakos wasn't mentioned at all, and that shouldn't be a concern for anybody. The Puddle Trouble is what I'm calling them now. Once again, have reconvened with Celia currently with... I'm going to take a stab in the dark and go with Marisol by the end of the conversation. I could be wrong. I'm not. Let's go. And having Architeuthis basically asking for a guide by speaking to Luce and basically saying, "Hey, this is your family, this is your lineage. Can we explore? I would like to learn about this place more," because they have that familial bond and they're getting to know each other once again. And as for Reaver is now an amusement park until further notice. That's all you need to know. If you want to have any more context, go watch the previous episode. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I may have missed stuff. I apologize. It's been a month.
No.
Lore.
Yeah. So we do have some Marisol lore as well. Do you have that, or do you need me?
Yeah.
to
No.
do the
I thought that
remainder?
was the previous session. That's why I couldn't
Okay.
remember. Yeah. No. Marisol used the scroll. So proud of you, bestie. So proud. Marisol. Oh boy, the Marisol lore. All I'm going to say is, because you should really go watch it. It's a fantastic scene between Denny and Bran. Is we now know why Marisol chose the vow of silence. We also know it wasn't Marisol's fault. We also know why it happened, and it's cursed. And that's all I'm going to say. Go watch. But we will be dealing with the ramifications of that knowledge. They currently are 5 levels of exhaustion.
4.
Which 4?
4 levels of exhaustion.
Why am I 3? Yeah. Okay, no, math's correct. I thought it was 5. So it'll be then resetting down to 3 Bran at the end of this session. A session end of this rest.
Settling down for the long rest. The next long rest will take it down to 3 levels of exhaustion.
Okay, so the one that's what I'm checking. So the cuddle puddle is currently already dropped, or is it dropping from that?
We are in. I think when we ended, we're in the process of the cuddle puddle beginning to settle into their long rest behavior.
So after that, it'll be 3.
So the next long rest behavior.
That's all I had to check in because I was like, are we fishing for the 3? We're getting the 4. Absolutely fine. So yes, that's all I can think of or remember. If there's anything else, please fill in.
The only other thing I've got noted is that Reaver now has a little tag-along, a Sicalian orphan by the name of Lysia.
When she gave
has
him
a
the
luck
luck
stone.
charm.
He has a luck stone and a little pouch for his heart.
Yeah. She also
Hanging
gets a
inside
lucky
him.
stone.
Don't worry, ain't forgot about that. That's a I'm gonna deal with that later.
It's just a rock. It's just a pebble.
It's just a rock. I just decided to make it a lucky rock to fuck with you. As far as the notes I have, as well as the notes I have inside the old brain box here, that appears to be everything. So yeah, I think for an entire month, Kyle, I think you nailed pretty much everything right in the head. Very well done. So, who do I want to start with is the question. Fuck
Do
it,
this to me. I'm putting
wanna
on my
get-
nails. I'm just living my
I want to
life.
get the hardest note-taking part out of the way, just for the sake of my
Ouch.
sanity.
on the small side of why I suggested this, I want to know on the large side of why I suggested this. Give me the big rating first. Yeah, I think that is a good idea. So, Echo. Couple of things of came through for you. You are now aware that you understand Draconic due to your old bloodline. You have engaged or begun to engage in a conversation with a very old, very ancient sea dragon. Can anybody remember their name?
It began with K because my brain connected it to
It's Chimaperius. Chimaperius. I literally just took the Roman term Imperius and the beginning of the Greek deity of the deep ocean and sea storms and Smush.
Oh, yes.
And then they kiss. So you have entered into the beginning of this discussion with Kaima Pirius. You have entered into this space with two pools of two brain pools, one on the floor and one on the ceiling, which appear to be linked in a way where when one thing passes through it to such a size it begins to pass through the other. As Kaima Pirius came down and began to twine around to the point where their head now rests in front of you. There is this deep inhale from this gargantuan creature. And to reiterate, I say this in quite a lot of my sessions, but I use the old sizing systems from like 2nd into 3rd edition, where it doesn't just go to gargantuan. You then have titanic, and then you have colossal. So this creature is what I would say size class like 5. This is a titanic creature. You're talking, this thing is no longer measured in distance, it's measured in time. That's how long this creature is. So as it takes this inhale, it's less like it breathes and more like the entire room breathes with it. And it lets loose a stream of bubbles from the sides of its mouth as it expels the unwanted gases from the oxygen it's taken in. Despite its size and the immensely powerful physique that it obviously has, when it speaks, it is oddly gentle. It tilts its head and its eyes become soft as they look at you. And it speaks in Draconic and says to you, "You have known much pain, young one." I just had a... Thank you very much for the subscriptions there. I've just had them one after the other, so if anybody spoke, I did not hear any of it. Because I just had 2 large water crashing sounds in my ears, so... Kaima Pirius speaks this and turns their head so that their large aquamarine eye is staring right at you. And it says, "Yet through this pain, you have found your way home."
For a moment, Echo doesn't actually say anything, just kind of taking everything in. But then they offer kind of, if their expression could be quizzical, that's kind of where it airs on. And look at Kaima Pirius and they go, "What does that mean?"
Are you asking us what home means?
In a sense.
Home is safety. A place that will always want you, always take you, always keep you, and always protect you.
And that's here.
To you, that is here. At least, and they start to uncoil their neck around, at least by its nature.
By its nature.
Many come here, and the walls which protect them, the people who embrace them, are not what they seek. A home by its nature does not fit all who step into it. And in that sense, a home can appear as many things, but what makes a home is the same. So by its nature, this place is a home. And of any that are here, the right to it as a home is yours above any.
Seem to know an awful lot about where I came from, what I am. Certainly know more than me. How?
I was there when this place was first created. I was there when its first denizens reached out asking for aid. I was there as the generations of those people moved forward. I was there when their old died, and I was there when their young were born. I know them all. I know how it feels when their minds touch. And while it is a distant reverberation, an echo of what it once was, I recognize your mind.
Recognize. I feel like I'm gonna be asking this a lot. How?
It is now their turn for a look of confusion, if you were able to make it out on such a large, scaly face. In answer to your question, what they do is they just start to create a sound. The sound is barely audible, even for your perceptive capabilities. Think of it as like, for anybody else, a sound that Echo can hear is like a dog whistle, okay? This sound is like a dog whistle version. It is like the dog whistle for Echo, right? This is the thing where you can barely hear it, but something else would be able to hear it. But this is, as the audible sound of it is made, it passes like a very high-pitched whistle. But it starts to sing like a what are they called? Is it a glassophone? The thing made of wine glasses that you spin it and you run your fingers along the edges of them. Can never remember the name of it. I'll look it up. Essentially,
It used to. I forgot the name of it, but it used to be said that it would drive people insane.
Yeah, it's essentially like a piano version of that thing where you get a glass and you run your finger along the rim of it. So you just get a bunch of these glass rims attached to a big metal pole, and you spin it and you run your fingers along them. It's like the piano version of one. But you know the way that when you play a note like that and it kind of starts soft and builds up to its crescendo? It starts like that. And Echo, I would like you to make for me at this point a history check.
Okay.
This is some real deep-seated history.
Forgot how bad my history bonus is. Roll the 16. That
Okay.
was a 17.
Ah, them good old negative modifiers. One of the greatest joys in my life was being able to say, I roll an investigation check. Okay, I got a nat 20 for a total of 17. With a 16. Something at the back of your mind recognizes this sound. This wave of audible as well as psychic resonance. It's less like remembering where you were yesterday, and more like that deep-seated primal remembrance. Like how, for some reason, the idea of very chiseled features, pale skin and black eyes makes all human beings uneasy. It's like that. It's that primal remembrance rather than an experienced memory. And Chimaperis will continue saying that though you may not recall us, and they will turn their head, which is now starting to kind of raise up, and they will look up to the ceiling of this room that you're in with them. And bioluminescence starts to light around the edges of chiseled in sculptures and carvings around the stone ceiling. It shows, in very archaic style, art. Similar almost to, I mean, I wouldn't quite say cave paintings, but not far from it. Hieroglyph style, if you understand what I'm saying. Very 2D imagery. The dazzling colours and imagery creates an almost mosaic scape, showing images of a city being built beneath the watchful gaze of a dragon, represented by a circular serpent around the rim of the whole thing. And within it you can see creatures like this one you've seen before, with the wide frills on the side of its face, the creatures you understand to be what you used to be. It shows images of them building, images of them moving and working magic, very, very natural magic, rather than the arcane stuff that you have seen people wield before. It seems very deep-seated and natural, in line with the workings of the ocean, rather than knowledge on how to forcefully manipulate tandem working. They look up at this as this bioluminescence lights it up, and then they turn their gaze back to you. Do you recall anything of who you were?
If we're being honest, we didn't even fully know if there was a before.
They give that little soft exhale, you know, that exhale you give like when somebody says something that's almost a little bit heartbreaking, and you give that kind of would you like to know?
Yes.
Okay. They nod their head in acknowledgement of what you've said. And they turn to the brine pool on the floor. And they bring their mouth to it and they exhale a burst of water. And as it mingles with it, it forces the surface of this underwater brine pool to come up and mingle with the clear ocean water here. And obviously you're familiar with this undersea phenomenon when it does it, and it almost holds its shape for a couple of seconds in these dizzying swirls before the brine pool falls back in its place. Now, when we first started talking about this, okay, you said, you know, full send, do what you do. I don't want to know shit. I don't know if I'll ever want to know shit, but... So, the only thing I'll ask, I said I would have one question for you if it did come to this. Do you have a name?
I do.
Okay.
I will send it to you.
Send it to me. If it's a strangely spelled one, could you
I will
type
send
me-
with pronunciation.
Type a phonetic, please, as well.
Yep. I got you. This is gonna take a second. So if you wanna do...
I'll paint the image first. The image that coalesces shows 3 of these... The 3 of this species. And it says... Your parents were wise and fair. One of them was a healer. One, a warrior. And one, a storyteller. A weaver of words to pass on lessons and histories to children. As he speaks of these, the first of these adults, their arm moves into position similar to maybe casting a spell, something that you've maybe done, a position you've maybe done as well, casting like a druidic spell. The one in the centre, their shape shifts, not to the point of becoming completely animalistic, like when you wild shape. more so to the point of like taking on features of something. And then the final one, as they speak, takes on a position similar to sitting, engaging in a conversation with maybe a group in front of them. And Kaima Perius will continue listing deeds conducted by them, listing a great many accolades for one of them in particular, that being this warrior. Not once is the term mother or father used. It's only ever parent. At no point as they're going through this do they discern or name a gender phrase. They then go into the conversation about when the first were taken. And they talk of skirmishes, borderland battles. Never anything like a war or a full-scale battlefront. Small, individual groups. And they talk about how one of your parents, this warrior, made a decision to pull the borders in. No sending scouting parties or anything like that further out than here, and then over the course of the years they just became smaller and smaller and smaller. They breathe out again and cause another little of that brain pool to come up, and it creates a smaller shape. And as that smaller shape comes up, it kind of sinks down a little bit into the arms of one of these 3 adults of this species. It says, and then they were gifted with you. The perfect blend of them, they said. Wildly curious. Dangerously fearless. Curiosity can be a gift as well as a curse. And as all children do, there was rebellion against rules. It is the old adage of to forbid a child to do something is to guarantee they will do it. The children played outside the walls, but they were always told never to go beyond the reef. Many children were happy to accept the tales given and the warnings woven into the words of these tales. But your curious mind and it shows the small member of this species that was you start to do that whole kind of like hopping walk that you see on like the bottom of the ocean when people step and they somehow have the idea that you leap like you're on the moon or something. Further and further away until the image of your 3 parents go back into the brain pool. And then there's just a point where this little hopping figure stops and just floats. And then from the brain pool, just this large hand. Your parents wove your name into future tales. But eventually the story stopped. Eventually there was no fight left in the warrior. And the healer could never heal what had been broken. You were the last to go missing. You were the last to be taken. You had a name. Do you wish to know it?
We have a lot of names. It would be nice to know one that belonged to me.
Your parents chose the name Euphrosyne. Am I saying that correctly? It is merriment. And to be clear, when they say it, they don't say it means merriment. They have speaks almost in the same way that, like, you're familiar with the inheritance cycle, the Aragon books, how Brissinger doesn't mean fire, Brissinger is fire. They speak about it with that kind of sense. It's Euphrosyne doesn't mean fire, doesn't mean merriment, it is merriment. That was the name they chose for you.
What happened to them?
They each passed. Not in glorious manners. Two passed in their sleep. One, many claim of a broken heart. Some claim of an undisclosed illness. It's the greatest pain of my kind's long life to see from birth to final rest. And also to be burdened with the truth, to have to pass on that truth, and that truth being that I cannot tell you that they passed in the way they all deserved to, because they did not.
How long has it been?
longer than any among your current traveling group can cast their mind back. Of the group you travel with, you are the eldest by a vast passage of time.
With how old I am, how long ago this was, and that I haven't heard even mention of that entire race until now. Do any still exist?
They do. One of your parents' final acts was to move them to a space. A space between spaces. A place where their people can grow and never have to fear something like this happening again.
Can I find?
I can take you.
I don't want to scare them.
I can make you look like them if you wish.
And is that?
It is... They move their head almost like a way of like, as if they feel like they haven't been clear enough. Like they say they can make you look like them, you go, and then they're like, oh, wait, I don't feel like I've... They're like, it is an illusion. A powerfully woven illusion, but an illusion nonetheless. You will still be what you are. I cannot... I do not have the power to change what has been done to your physical body. But I can make you look like what you are in your soul.
For how long?
Not a number of hours. Mechanically, they can do it for 8 hours.
Even if it's just an illusion, I want you to do it. And if If you know of a way to make the illusion permanent.
Let me grab a book.
Book time.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Sorry, you just gave me an idea. Got it. Okay. For this particular weaving of an illusion, I cannot make this permanent. But there's a weaker form that I can use. It will be visual only. If someone touches you, they will know it is an illusion. But I can weave this weaker illusion into an item. Any mundane item. Which will allow you to keep its form while you have it on your person.
Does it work if it's in my person?
I do not see why not. They do their best to hide the very audible confusion in the statement that you just said.
Have to move the book. But they'll absentmindedly kind of trail their fingers like across the scarring on their chest. That's now more like a drawstring bag at this point.
My eyes are like welling up. And I'm like, no, not gonna cry, not gonna cry, not gonna do it. And then you say that, and I laugh, and then the tears go bleh.
I've been crying this whole time, so, you know, it's only fair. But he'll nod, and before that, I would like you to do the more powerful one. I don't want them finding out and becoming frightened, if I can avoid it.
They reach out, and their snout touches your forehead, and they will cast this illusion. This illusion is essentially going to work as like a polymorph spell. The time that they have on it is 8 hours. For 8 hours, besides the stat block changes, your stat block will remain the exact same, but everything else on the polymorph spell, that's what you get. Now, we spoke a little bit about what your appearance would be. You said that you had ideas. So I'm going to now pass the ball to you. That as they touch you, in the form of what you are melts away in this aquamarine light. What does Echo look like when they're I'm not going to say true form, that sounds wrong, but when their original form is shown.
What Echo ends up becoming visually is a scaled, legged person, still very, very short, but very youthful looking. And they have actually these almost coral like light pink scales to them, but around their cheeks and around their forehead and such, and sort of by the collarbones, there are these more yellow goldish scales as well. Um, and they have the beta like frills along their head, around their arms, definitely like down their legs, and towards the end of those frills, it becomes more of a blue and purple ombre. Um, they have these big golden eyes. They are, if you've ever seen doe eyes, these are the most doe-eyed doe eyes. You look into them and you can see into your soul, but like nicely. Um, uh, their mouth is, it almost looks like it's permanently upturned in like a slight smile, and there is a pretty sizable gap in between their front teeth, which gives them a little bit of like that dorkier appearance. Um, and they have this long flowing hair that is more of an orangish color, but that also leads down into an ombre of the like purple and blues. And if it's anything like uh, how they would do their hair when they were younger, it's uh, mostly down with some hanging in their face and two buns on the sides of their head. Um, and down, they have two strands down in front as well, two like thick chunks. And interwoven in that is actually different uh, shells and different types of seaweeds that have like a prettier color, a prettier hue to them. Um, and it's just their hair is decorated with various things. I'm going off of they look like how they would have adorned themselves back then. And the clothes are very, very simple. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing they seem like they've put much thought into, even. It's very flowy, very neutral kind of colors, designed specifically to not impede any kind of movement. It's very obvious that their biggest goal was this cannot get in my way more than anything else. But it has a ton of pockets on it. Um, and there's one pocket in particular, that has a little label on it. Um, and the label, is soot. And that is where, it's obviously not here now, they would have a little axolotl that they had along with them. An axolotl that they named Soot, and that was Soot's pocket. Nothing else went in Soot's pocket. And that's that's what Euphrosyne looks like.
When their weaving of magic is completed, they move and pivot their neck scales to form essentially a very highly polished surface. So that you can see yourself. Because part of the polymorph spell is that when you take on the shape of something, you gain its senses. So you can also see.
Krasny just looked at herself in this reflection for a while, and then the tears slowly start to fall, but as they pick up and as it turns into this, like, sobbing, the smile on her face is massive. And she starts laughing in the midst of her crying. And it's hard to tell where the crying starts and the laughing begins, and they just meld into the same thing. And she takes a moment to touch around her face, around her arms, around the frills and fins, to do a little, like, kick her legs, do a little spin in the water, just almost shaking off, like, what she was before, to embrace this state of her as she gets to see it and experience it. And, like, where there's light in the room, she plays with the light reflecting on her scales as she gets to see that. And she gets to look at Chimoperius, and these wide eyes, these wide, inquisitive eyes stare up at him, absolutely fascinated by what they see. And after a little while, she ends up not looking at much of herself anymore, but she starts looking around the room, and she starts looking at different parts of Chimoperius and looking at everything else around. And she'd forgotten what so much looked like. And so she takes a second and she runs her hands over textures, and it's like, oh, this isn't what I thought this would look like based on what it feels like, but it's interesting, it looks this way. And that's how she spends a good amount of time.
And at that point, Chimoperius will just kind of settle in to allowing you to explore these new sensations, and they don't move you onto the I'll now take you to where they are. They just let you choose when you want to go. And I think before we go to that, we'll go to the others, and then we'll come back to this. I'm going to send you a question, though, in Discord, and just you answer that if you wish to, and at whatever point you wish to. Okay? After all of that, I feel the need to continue the emotional upheaval, guys. I'm sorry. So I'm going to go to Reaver, who's currently being used as a climbing frame. So Reaver. One of my favourite moments of last session was Reaver came in with a job, and they were going to do this thing, and they had things they wanted to hunt down, and then you saw kids with nothing to do, and you went, no, children must play. So I want to go to that.
Alright.
when we last left you, you had started to engage with these kids, you know, and I somehow get into my mind the image, and I don't know where this image came from. I know it's in a movie, specifically a movie of our generation's childhood. I can't remember the movie, of this tall person just picking up kids and putting them on the back of this creature and then sliding down its tail. I don't know where this image has came from. I just remember it so vividly, and it was a dinosaur-like creature they were doing it to, and I figured dinosaur, dragon, close enough.
Okay.
So
Is
it's
it
just
We're
you.
Back? Is it the dinosaur movie where the kids sold their souls?
No, because it's live action and bad CGI. It's not roll back the rock to the dawn. No, it's not that. It's not that. No, it's
I vaguely remember something happening at that.
it's a live action film, but the dinosaurs and shit were really bad. Dinotopia! It's not a movie, it's a TV show. It's Dinotopia. Oh my, you guys have...
Wentworth Miller, yeah.
Do you ever get that brain cramp from trying to remember something? Then when you remember it, it's like you can actually feel the brain muscle just release. Thank you so much for letting that. Anyway, so you're just in this monotonous motion of picking up child on the back.
So I will remind you of no, it's much more stupid than that. Because you asked me to describe how I was doing it last time.
Okay, fucking go ahead. Yeah, go.
No, because of how we have designed Reaver, and you've given me like complete silly creative freedom. No, currently I am basically having my top half rotate constantly while juggling them over to Groan, and Groan and I are just basically spinning and basically being like whirling tops, passing kids around.
Do you think there's ever a point halfway through it where Reaver just goes, "What am I doing?"
No, not at all. I have active thought. No. There is active intent of giving joy and letting them experience this.
So, as you're doing this, I'm gonna hit you with the most uncomfortable thing that a child can ever do. And this kid is gonna come over to you, a Carcharodine child.
Okay.
Okay? Approaching you in the way that most typical, you know, just post-toddler, but pre-primary school age. So you're talking about 4 years old. Swim over to you, and they're doing that thing where they stand, like, you know, like kids, they'll just stand and stare at you with a finger rammed halfway up one of their nostrils.
Yes.
Just doing that, just doing that, looking at you, and then like, Mister? What are you?
I am Reaver. Who are you?
Is Reaver your name, or is Reaver what you are?
Does it matter?
Well, we're not supposed to play with strangers, so...
I'm being allowed to stay in this place where you are safe. Therefore, I may be a stranger to you, but I am not a stranger to your protectors. So you can ask your questions, but I assure you no danger. So you can ask or be contentious. Your safety is paramount.
They freeze as you use all these big long words, and they just kind of go, "You talk funny."
I move funny too, and then I'm basically going to have the arm start inverting and spinning round and round while then throwing the kids.
This kid said you talk funny. You went, "I move funny too. Look, I got no strings to hold me down to make me fret or make me fret." Oh my god! They just explode with laughter.
Yep, that was the goal.
And they swim off, and they go and grab a bunch of their friends and drag them over. And it's just like as your arms are spinning in weird directions and doing what I can only describe as a combination of the most intense and weird breakdancing and pop lock maneuvers, and also the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz. Equal mix of both. these kids just decide to start just grabbing parts of you that are moving and just be swung around on this weirdly hazardous and also incredibly macabre thrill ride.
Mm-hmm.
The little Carcharodine kid will eventually come to a conversational point with you to tell you their name is Roro.
Okay.
To be very, very clear, that is not a nickname. That is their actual name, Roro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And the little Sicalian kid, Lysia, she's gonna take like a permanent kind of space of just existing on your shoulder.
Accepted. Yep.
As that's happening, the wardens of this place, the protectors of this temple in this space, they just kind of watch on with a very strange look on their faces. Not quite distrust, and not quite amusement. Somewhere muddying the waters between both. Like, oh, the kids are having fun. It's also really weird that it's a Wreckborn they're having fun with. Like,
I feel like this is like, I'll lean against the post, arms full, like, this isn't super comfy, but we'll let it play out until it's a problem.
very much so. They're not drawing their weapons and they don't have their hands on their weapons. But they've definitely adjusted their belts.
Oh, yeah.
So their weapons are easier to reach.
Correct, because I still have my greatsword ready to go. Like,
Yeah.
No, I'm aware.
Is there anything that amongst this cacophonous joy that you're causing, is there anything that you have any want to do at this point? Or is this Reaver's main focus keeping kids entertained?
Reaver's entire focus is making sure that the kids are having fun, that they are laughing. And if there is anyone who is shy or anyone who is getting picked on, that is getting addressed. The whole point is this is in their head to be a memory for joy and to basically like forget the world outside.
Okay. What do you do for me? I know this is going to be quite a weird one. I need you to make me a performance check.
Okay. Now I have one question for you. Because Groan is doing it with me, is that advantage or not? That is up to you, because it's technically a separate entity, but it is also I've summoned it.
I'll say Groan is working in tandem with you. I will say that is tantamount to the help action. Yeah, go for it. Roll with advantage.
15 or... Nat 20 for 27.
I mean, when it comes to like making kids happy, there's not really a roll that you want to get other than that right there.
Correct.
That's the best roll to get. Yeah. Reaver may not be able to tell this. And maybe even some of the kids might not be able to know it because they can't discern like levels of joy. They just have joy or they have the other side of that scale. But the people watching eventually come to a point of complete ease. Maybe it takes them a little half an hour or something of seeing it all happen. But there's a point where there's no more distrust. They're laughing. They're laughing, or they're... Maybe to a certain extent, they start joining in. Like in the extent of two of them holding the arms of a kid and swinging 1, 2, 3, and launching them at the whirling apparatus that is your body, and you catch them mid-throw and just swing them right into the queue, so to speak. But it's safe to be said that this day will always be remembered that a Wreckborn became a source of immense joy for these orphans. To the point where when they're called for their mealtime and their wardens start to move in and kind of like, no, I know you want to keep playing, but unfortunately you need to go eat, and then it's almost time for you to rest. One of these wardens is going to come over. And very wordless. They don't speak when they do it. It's what is this guy going to be? What's this person going to be? Do you know what? I like the idea of dragon turtle. A dragon turtle is going to swim over, stand, and this dragon turtles are very big, similar to their land-based cousins. So, probably standing maybe, if not eye level with you, a couple inches off of it. Mm-hmm. And they're going to go to the symbol of their order / faith, because this is kind of like a holy order kind of thing. And they're going to take that brooch off and they're going to hand it out to you.
Are you sure you want to give me that?
They shrug and they say, dragon turtles give things we make to show respect. I know what this place stands for. I can make another.
I more refer to your associates' opinions. I know of Neris and theire. I know of Moradin. To them, I am an abomination.
Well, that's for them to decide. I know of me. And
immediately we'll take it and accept, take the step. So it's just I mean, cool, and freedom is respected. I just wanted to be understanding.
They lean in and they will say to you, abominations don't make children laugh.
I will walk out as Archie. The body will go limp and go, and then I'll hold out the hand as Archie.
They will shake that hand. And then they'll turn and they'll swim away after the kids. Anything that you want to do with that, Reaver? Because this is a point where, Wreckborn, wherever they go, are mostly met with a kind of either as many undead are treated, or at best passiveness.
I'm going to look back at my body and very much staring at something, very specifically looking through the armor, and just mutter under my breath, "Don't you fucking dare show up." And then just snap back into the body.
Okay.
I'll then go and find the Cuddle Puddle and Architeuthis.
Funnily enough, as you say that, we're going to jump to the Cuddle Puddle. So, just very quickly remind me. I know that we were at the conversation between Architeuthis and Luce. Had you guys left the room that Mara saw when? No. Okay, cool. I just wanted to clarify that. So we're going to the Cuddle Puddle plus Architeuthis.
Yeah, Marisol is currently asleep on Luce's lap.
Yup.
So Luce is a gay pillow.
I'm an eepy little guy. What can I say?
Got a bunch of points of exhaustion.
I love.
And that makes me an eepy little guy.
I need you to know how much I love the sentence you just said there, Diamond. I'm a gay pillow. Just beautiful. Work of art. Genius. Awesome. So, Architeuthis and Luce.
Yep.
When we left your conversation, Architeuthis, you'd come to Luce looking for assistance. Trying to see if Luce's connections to family and such were able to get you towards points of information you were interested in knowing. Is there... Don't know why I started that sentence. Is there? I just confused myself because it's the wrong start of the sentence. What's the information specifically in which Architeuthis is asking Luce for? Or Luce is getting?
I had asked to use her familial, if she could help me access the archives, the more forbidden archives of information, using her familial connections that everyone around here seems to so very much fall over themselves for.
Okay. Cool. Luce. It's very clear that since finding your father, how you were treated in Deep Heart, and again, not quite to the same level of treatment, but still to a very high level of treatment here, it's very evident your name has weight.
Yes.
How does Luce feel about being asked to use that?
Whatever we talked about it last session, Luce didn't mind being asked because Luce knows that Architeuthis is a scholar from what they remember from us running around together very briefly. Eons ago. Probably a couple decades ago. And
Centuries back.
Decades.
Decades.
It's only 80.
Decades. Yeah, decades.
This is only 80. So
have my joke, guys. Come on.
They don't mind. They were very much I can ask. The best thing I can do is ask. Because, and the worst thing they can say is no. And then if they say no, I'll just ask somebody different. I've got at least 2 relatives who are here, and another one's on the way, but that one doesn't like me. And doesn't think I'm legitimate. And so it was, to sum up that conversation, that the two of us had, it was basically, the agreement was made that the most Luce can do really is ask, and then come back to say it's yes or no on that kind of thing. And until they talk to Moradin, that's about as far as it will get. And part of the last session too was Luce gave kind of a recap on what they've been up to since the last time that vaguely she remembers spending time with Architeuthis. But she left out a lot of key details that would have probably clicked something a little bit too much. Because she's kind of leaning into the, oh yeah, we're totally nobility. It's a weird thing because it's money. It's Nepo baby. It's it's just capitalism. And not royal lineage. Nothing about oh yeah, we were related to the last fucking true king. None of that was revealed. Nothing about Adelan was talked about. Drift is still Drift and any part of the conversation, and it's just that Drift is older and a Wreckborn, so he's not. She had to kind of leave him behind to go do something, and then we got arrested, and we ended up somewhere different, and then we just been fucking around and finding out. So not a lot of heavy family details were given, and then it was just casually dropped as oh yeah, and I met my dad. And I almost fought him because he didn't recognize me.
Oh, there was also something else. What was it? Oh yeah, fought my dad.
I want to, she basically says, like, I would like to fight my father. Don't know which way yet.
I want to fight my dad. Okay. So
Fight most of her known relatives.
that's how Luce shows affection, by hitting.
Yeah, and then we talked about Architeuthis' magic, and Luce kind of explained more about what dancing actually means, that it's sparring.
Yeah.
So then she can learn how to basically help in combat. And she explained her relationship with Reaver a little bit better. And then she keeps mentioning Celia and just says, he'll be back soon. Just give it a couple of days. But has not said anything about him being a lich and a phylactery. Just, he'll be back soon.
He'll be back soon. Okay. So as all that information has been shared, where do you want to go from here? Mostly that being to Architeuthis, because as you've said, Luce, you are currently under Marisol law. Marisol. Yup. So Architeuthis, you've been told that, yeah, I'll speak to my dad, see what we can do. And then you've been given the basics of what has went down. Not the in-depth information, but the basics of it. So you're talking maybe a good 2 or 3 hours of sitting and having a level of information thrown at you. Where does Architeuthis stand with that? With the answers you've been given and the additional information you've been given?
For a lot of the additional information, he's kind of it's kind of filed away for like later use. There's like, okay, this is interesting, this is intel, this is for reporting and seeing what I can do with this. I think like from like a political perspective, a lot of it's just like outside context for his interests, but it's useful.
Okay.
Potentially. As far as the actual like information gathering, like as far as actually getting the scroll, he doesn't want to rock the boat too much. He just got here, he's already tried. He's already asked around the official folks, so he's gonna wait for it. He does want to like wait for the for the connections to come into play.
Okay.
In that regard, yeah. Just because he's already around a little bit of suspicion on his first arrival. It's like, it's chill.
Okay, cool. So Architeuthis then in general just kind of being accepting of being told, I will ask, but I can't do that right now. What's Architeuthis' next step? Is there a further conversation you want to have? Is there a place you want to go? Or is this where you'll begin to wind down for rest?
I think what I'd like to know, because these connections are going to be so useful for me, I guess I probably would, I would ask, I would mine for what the, how exactly Luz's family is important, in what capacity Luz's family is important outside of their, just generally being important.
Okay. So I'll put that to the RP of it. How do you go about that?
Yeah. So Luz, you've told me, your family seems to be well respected around here, and obviously I really appreciate the fact that you're going to wield disrespect in my favor. That means so much to me. What exactly have you folks done to garner so much influence?
I ain't done shit. I'm really good with dead things. That's just kind of my whole thing. I'm really good with dead things. I'm good at fighting. I don't know. I don't fucking understand half this shit.
Fair enough.
Like,
It would seem the folks here appreciate more than just your martial ability. I must say. It seems like your name carries weight in and of
I don't know.
itself.
It's one of those ones of like, it ain't my name. I literally just found out my actual fucking last name, like, not even a full week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Like I said, I had to fucking nearly fight my daddy to try to get him to fucking talk to me and insult him many times. He's such a fucking idiot. But like, and then it's very much I don't know. I don't want to cry. I'll find out eventually, you know? I know bits and pieces, but like, it's not that important to me.
Yeah, but I suppose that makes sense in its own way. Can I ask, as a scholar, would I have any? Would like knowing Luce's last name bring about anything for me information wise? Would I know anything in that regard?
So So has Luce said their last name at this point to you out loud?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so without knowing their surname, I wouldn't be able to let you make the check on that.
Gotcha.
Obviously, above table, we know Luce's family name is fairly well known. Through all regards of the multiple, through all areas of the 9 bodies, the name Glimmertide is known. Like, you can be from the furthest reaches of it. Even wandering shivers of Carcharodines have heard the name Glimmertide. Yes.
Okay.
Reaver.
To possibly help Arcturus, there might be a way they actually know it. Moradin was captured in Cephalophore and denounced, and Arcturus knows Moradin is Luce's dad.
She has not said it. She has not said the last name Glimmertide. And Architectus wasn't in the scene whenever that little Aaron person was freaking out, calling Luce Lady Glimmertide, making her uncomfortable. But yeah, there are other ways that you can definitely find it out. Because like Kyle said, you might have heard it and stuff before.
What to do is roll me... We're going to call this a common sense check, right? We're going to see if we can put... We're going to see if Architeuthis is able to take a bunch of information and cross the wires into the right parts here, okay? Give me an intelligence check with your proficiency bonus.
Okay, so that's going to be... Let's check.
I was about to say, why did Luce start doing the Macarena?
Don't pay attention to us.
That's going to be a 17.
17. Okay. On a 17, and again, Luce, this is completely up to you if you would like to say that you don't think that's high enough. To me, with the information to hand, that reads as high enough.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
She has an intelligence of 11. Like...
You know who Moradin is. You know his surname is Glimmertide. You know enough through conversational patterns of travelling with these people for a while that he has, or others have referred to him as Luce's dad.
Okay.
Safe to make that
like each other.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. Safe to say that you certainly rolled high enough on a common sense check that if his name is Glimmertide and he has been referred to in several times as Luce's dad, chances are Luce is a Glimmertide. At which point, Luce not saying it out loud doesn't need to be done. Because everybody knows the Glimmertides are with a 17, I'll give you this. You may not know the entire inner workings of how deep elf culture and noble stance in society works, but you at least know the Glimmertides are a name of high importance. You're talking the equivalent of like Sicalian high noble families.
I see.
If the societies were put side to side with each other, Glimmertide would have high political power.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Groovy. All right. So yeah, I'm aware of Luce's last name, and I'm aware of the status the Glimmertides hold throughout
Yes.
the society. All right. That's. So would I be able to like would I be able to like sort of take a shot at like their connections to this particular really ancient organization here?
That one I would say no, because that's not anything to do with their family. That's just their family has aligned itself with certain members of the family have aligned themselves with this particular order. That's not like the Glimmertides have always done this. It just so happens that 2 current generations of the Glimmertides are a part of it.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
I understand what you're getting at. I do. It's just it's not a thing woven into the Glimmertide family. It's a thing that currently 2 members of the Glimmertide family are active in. That's it.
Okay.
The respect that Moradin has here, as far as the party is aware, is because of his name. And because he's related to one of the higher ranking members of this order.
So the uncle's the one you gotta go after.
The
Love table.
Yes. That's information you would have, because when you guys entered here, they went directly to speaking to Luce's uncle, who, to be clear, is not the blood relative. The unmet aunt is the blood relative. This is Moradin's brother-in-law.
Sounds good. Okay.
And there's an asshole cousin somewhere in the ether.
And there's an asshole cousin somewhere.
Yes.
Just like with most of my family reunions.
Correct. Yeah. But you definitely get kind of the vibe off of Luce whenever she talks about family. That part of her, because I always play her as she wears her emotions physically. And because you're Sicalian, you can kind of probably beat Sicalian body language better. Her tentacles are just on her head.
Gotcha.
So, and it's very much this, like, trying to shake off a feeling. Like, it's like if tentacles could shrug, but also, like, bad touch, weird texture. Whenever she has to talk about the family, that's kind of just what keeps happening. Of like, ugh. And it kind of reads like a teenager being told to do something they don't want to do, or to talk about, or to talk to like someone they don't want to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
It's not like a closed offness. It's just like a, ugh.
Yeah.
But that's kind of something that I'll give you, because it's like she is very honest with like that kind of stuff, with body language. But yeah, and she kind of just, I don't know. You want to know more about that shit? You gotta go ask, like, the uncle. You gotta go ask maybe Moradin. Malith won't tell you shit. He didn't tell me shit.
How unfortunate.
I'm gonna see if he's gonna retire. He's died so many fucking times. Make his ass retire.
I'm taking early retirement.
This
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Well, this has been lovely, Luz. Thank you so much for your promises of assistance. I'm going to roam about for a little bit and get back to me when you're uncuddled.
That will be a while. I'll just let
I'm
Marisol
sure.
sleep until she wants to wake up. She deserves it. And then she like runs her fingers through Marisol's hair, kind of basically petting the mermaid.
The mermaid.
The mermaid. But and the body
I'm-
language you see on that is one of adoration. And this entire conversation, it's like like she has been like physically wrapped around Marisol. She has been like kind of not covering Marisol, but cradling her. It's like if Marisol moves at all, she'll adjust herself to move with Marisol. She'll like make sure that something comfortable is there to lay on, whether it's like one of her hands is underneath cupping the face. It's like, or maybe she's holding one of Marisol's hands, or running fingers through like the hair and untangling any like bits and pieces that might be tangled, redoing braids that were loose. It's just kind of very caretaker.
When Architeuthis sees this, like his eyes are usually very like unfocused and distant. When he sees this, they kind of like sharpen into focus a little bit, and while he looks at you, and he feels I'm happy for the family you've made for yourself, regardless of your name. You're in a good place.
Reaver's basically my bric-a-brac brother-in-law. He's a bastard, but he's my bastard.
And a very scary bastard to have on your side, indeed.
Oh, I think I'm scarier than him. Not scarier than Echo.
I don't.
Not scarier than Marisol. Sally's basically.
I was about to say when it
catfish.
comes to this party, the Luce is a solid third place in the fear factor. And Echo and Marisol are vying for first place.
Saley is
We're all
basically
horrifying creatures here.
yeah. Saley's basically as scary as a catfish. So you'll meet him eventually.
Everyone looks initially, oh, look at Reaver, look at the Lich. They're the like, no, they're just blunt and honest. The actual ones you should be scared about are the others.
No, for sure, for sure.
The little
only
ones
just-
are the scariest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's absolutely the short ones. It's 100%. Like, Reaver has the intimidation factor. Absolutely. 100%. Celia, without the whole projected appearance, absolutely got the intimidation factor. Put Reaver and Celia like side by side and have them walk towards people. Yeah, the intimidation factor is going to probably do a lot of work there. However, if you present Marisol just walking towards somebody with that weird death magic reverberating around their hand, or Echo doing the giggle thing, nah, like that, no, that wins. That does it. You don't need the Lich and the walking bric-a-brac attack force. You don't need them. You've got the giggle machine and the bad touch. Like,
Bad touch.
We just look at each other and walk away and go, nah, this ain't us. Cool, we leave. And you see them walking, and then they take the side out, and you're like, oh, and then it's the actual scary dogs coming by.
Echo, small and cute. Marisol, but when you get to Reaver, Reaver's like, do you have children that need to be entertained? And Celia's like, I have a good book, would you like to trade? And then you get to Echo and it's like, fuck off or I'll bite you. And then Marisol's like, I will eradicate your entire face with my pinky. Fuck off. Like, it's a whole swap.
Still the only one without magic in this entire fucking party.
Oh,
just here.
fucking great. This is why D&D and TTRPGs in general are fucking great. Nobody can ever pull off the serious factor. There's always something fucked. There's always something ski-whiff on every character sheet. If anybody ever uses the example of, oh, it's like playing Lord of the Rings. No, it's not. There's never been a D&D party that has been like Lord of the Rings. It's never happened.
Might be Pippin.
Did a party of 5 Pippins.
How did we try to play the Fellowship of the Ring, but everybody made Pippin?
Oops, all Pippins.
Oops, all Pippin!
Yeah, Archduchess, you're free to wander. You're not held captive by Luce. She's just kind of, she's vibing. She's just here.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that sort of like sharpening of focus there. That's like a little bit of the who he was before, sort of focusing in, and like then right after that is sort of just like lost in the cloud that is currently his consciousness. Not that
Can
you
I
have
try
any
to
context
notice
for
that?
at all. Yeah, you can try to notice. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What skill am I using? Perception?
I'd say that would be an insight. Well, do you know what? Let's do a perception well, what's your passive perception?
Not great. It's 11.
11. Okay.
I'm actively in a conversation with him.
Let's do this then as well. Let's do the inverse of it. Architeuthis, what is your passive performance? That would be 10 plus your performance modifier.
And plus my performance modifier. That's a 15.
A 15. Okay, cool. So the passive's not going to be enough for it. So in that case, Luce, it is going to be an active insight check for me, please.
Actually have insight now because we leveled up. It's not a 0 anymore or 1. Oh, that's only that's a 12.
That's a 12. Nah, okay, you're not
That's a
able to
12.
read that.
So, she's just gonna smile at you and say, "Whenever you want to go the fuck to sleep, you're welcome to join.
I'd like that.
I got enough thigh."
Somewhere in an
Another time.
Yeah, she does.
Scholars were never done.
I got enough thigh. I'm a good pillow. You're welcome to join whenever you're ready.
Somewhere off in a necklace, somewhere. Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. Glory, glory.
The little like sane Architeuthis in the background is just like absolutely singing that from the top of his lungs. He's just like chained up by tentacles in his mindscape. Just
You haven't seen her fight yet. So, I made a muscle, mommy.
Have you ever wanted underwater Karlach? Because we have underwater Karlach.
Hells yes.
With tentacle hair.
With tentacles.
I made buff Vraska.
Yeah. Buff Vraska.
I made buff Vraska. That's what I made.
With that, Architeuthis, is there anything that you want to do from here? Is there...
Yeah, so I'm gonna go back to so like the secret scary archives, those are that's like after like contained within the accessible archives, or is that a separate, entirely separate? Like...
No. So so you, in order to access the protected archives, you have to go through the public archives.
Okay.
Picture it as like I hate to use this example, but it's the easiest one to use. Like in Harry Potter, when you've got the library, you have to go through the library to get to the restricted section, like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. In that case, I'm going to go back to the archive, and I'm going to approach whoever is protecting the whoever's like outside of the protected archive.
Okay. You approach two heavily armored and heavily armed deep elves.
Hello there, fine gods. I'm a traveling scholar working with the Glimmertide family to just traveling with the Glimmertide family, helping them out as they may go, and picking up new knowledge to bring back home for us all, really. Mm-hmm. I've been told that there's potentially rather interesting revelations to be found in right past you, the two of you, in fact. And it'd be really, really beneficial. It would really behoove you, in fact, to let me have access to that. I believe I'm really tight with the Glimmertides.
I'm traveling with the Glimmertides, and I've been told there's information in here which could be really good, and I think it would be to your benefit to let me feel. I'm really tight with them. Just let me by. I'm gonna be 100% honest here in my exact reason for coming to this conclusion. I was gonna have them go, yeah, okay, we'll speak to Commander Glimmertide, and if he says yes, then we'll let you by. But the fact that you used the word "it would behoove you," I'm gonna roll me a persuasion check.
Sure.
Because the word behoove, in the nicest way possible, right? It's a pretty wanky word.
It's pretty.
And Nereus's dad is enough of a wank that he's definitely used the word behoove. So using the word behoove is probably enough that it could convince them, oh yeah, he must know this motherfucker. So go, roll me the persuasion check. Based
That's a 22.
on... I'll roll their save. So...
They're wank-resistant save.
Wow, that is a word choice. Okay, so being honest, they can make this save, but it will require a 19.
Okay.
And they have no benefits to this. Okay, so the first roll is a 17. They're convinced. Second one's an 11. They look to each other, and then they have a conversation between themselves in Elven. Do you speak Elvish?
No, but fun fact, and I did want to see if how this would work. The Fathomless Warlocks have an ability called, one second. The Gift of the Sea. No. Oceanic Soul. When you are fully submerged, any creature that is also fully submerged can understand your speech, and you can understand theirs.
Okay. So the conversation between them essentially amounts to, do you think this guy's being real? I mean, he certainly talks like the friends of the commander would. What do you think? Do we risk it? I mean, worst case scenario, we get told he's not supposed to be in here, we give a description, and then they find him. Okay. Yeah, I'm sold. Okay, good. And then they will take out a large ring of keys. They find one particular thick, barnacle-encrusted key. And they put it into the lock, twist it, and they slide this large door open. And you have access to the restricted archives.
Archie will bow slightly. Thank you, gentlemen, as you were. And we'll proceed to swim right in. As he's swimming in, I would like to look around and see if there's anything, whether it be on towards the doors, anything that would detect a piece of work leaving the archive.
With a cursory glance around, there doesn't seem to be any active presence within these restricted archives.
Okay.
Seems to be like it's such a controlled access that if somebody goes in and comes out, the guards at the front doors know that they've came in and went out.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds groovy. And then in that case, time to look for was it a book or a scroll that I was
Scroll.
It was a scroll. Okay. Do I see like is it all scrolls here, or is it like are they divided by like both scrolls or
Multiple combination of things. You don't get many books unless they are magical books, because water does a hell of an amount of damage. Most of what they have here is like reeds that are treated in a certain way and pressed flat with large stones, and then they are essentially cut and dyed to show the letters that are written on them. That's what amounts to like scrolls and stuff here. Or it's like stone tablets, like soapstone, a soft stone that is carved into. So you have a combination of all of these things here. As well as going to the extent of, you'll notice a couple of things that like Sicalians use, similar almost to like holograms. You know, like the old holocron discs you would get in like Star Wars, little disc, press button, hologram appears. Similar to that, except more like runic tablets inscribed with Sicalian runes that projects an image or plays a recorded sound. So weird combination of all of these different methods of information storing.
Okay. Are they split up? Are they or they're just all bunched together?
If there is an order to this, you can't discern it.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So I guess in that case, I guess I will. If not, then I will just like start going through everything methodically. But I will ask: Is there anything that jumps out at me as being of particular significance?
Several of these things are behind what appear to be protective barriers. They appear to be magical in origin, but beyond that, you can't really get from just looking.
Okay. I guess first I'll investigate the ones behind the barriers then.
Okay. So you move towards them. The barriers appear to be the barriers move like water, or at least they move like the surface of water, but they have an aquamarine glimmer to them. Attached to each of these barriers, there is an arcane sigil. You can make an Arcana check if you would like to.
I'd be delighted. Wow, 25.
25, okay. On a 25, these are specifically designed to drop when presented with a certain seal. The only other way to drop these would be through dispelling them with the spell Dispel Magic.
Okay, cool. Can I? So these barriers, are these barriers transparent? Like, can I see what's inside of the?
They're semi-opaque. It's enough that you can see what the object is behind the barriers, but not that you'd be able to read it through the barriers.
I see. And how many of these barriers contain scrolls?
Six. Scrolls of varying sizes. Some that could just be ordinary spell scrolls, and some that could be ancient chronicles of lost knowledge.
Okay. So I guess I'd eliminate anything that I could possibly guess at being a spell scroll, just based on its size. and I'm gonna go for one of. And I guess I'm gonna like try and look at one of the thicker ones.
Okay, cool. And how do you intend to get past the barrier? Are you going to are you going to try and do the dispel magic, or do you have another way you'd like to try and get around it?
Would I be able to possibly discern what like the rune that would be that could counter the rune inlaid into the
It's so to repeat what I said. It appears to be some kind of seal that is presented
Okay.
to the barrier, which would drop it.
Okay. Gotcha. In that case, I will float back to the door. Is the door still open? Have the guards closed it again?
Door's still open.
Hello, gents. It appears that some of the research in here is rather locked away. I'd be interested in reading some of it. Do you have any way to bypass the barriers on those?
Those are protected knowledge, I'm afraid. Only the Order can access those, and you'll pat the kind of sigil that they have.
Thank you. Completely understandable. Security is of the utmost importance, I understand. Of course. I will swim back inside. Might be time for shenanigans. Okay. So I have the idea here. I have this gauntlet that I wear. It's brown. It's like sort of almost wood-like, weirdly, yeah, kind of a little bit spiky. From that gauntlet, I will use one of its abilities to conjure up a swarm of piranha.
Okay.
One of which that is under my command. And so yeah, they kind of like they kind of swim out from under the ridges of the gauntlet. And now I know the stat block is like for a swarm of piranha. Would I be able to direct one piranha to like move away from the swarm and do something for me?
Yeah, go for it. I'm curious. Let's see.
Okay. Hello, little friend. You today are being guided by the will of the great Kraken, Ryakos. And you have a very important mission, which you are going to be accomplishing for him. I need you to bite the strap off of that guard's, off the seal that the guard is wearing. And I need you to bring it over to me. And I need you to be very, very subtle about it.
Okay. Off goes this little piranha. Let me have a. I never ever thought I would ever say this, but let me find the stat block for a piranha.
Let me pull up the magic item too, because I think it uses the stat block for a swarm of quippers, and it's just flavored as piranhas.
Okay. Just say kippers.
Yeah.
With a Q.
Oh, quippers. Right, cool. A quipper is a carnivorous fish with sharp teeth. Those are that. Yeah, that's a piranha. I don't care.
That might as well be a piranha. I'm looking at
That's a
that
fucking.
right now.
It's a piranha.
It's
a
just for
piranha.
well, what's it called? IP protected property. It's like why things are changing certain name. It's a piranha. It literally has the red belly as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, let's. First things first, we make the stealth check. The guard's passive perceptions are. Okay, 13. So this thing needs a 10 on the dice to not be spotted by their passive perception.
Okay.
That's a nat 20.
Holy shit!
So this thing
Amazing.
takes off. This thing takes off, and you, as it's going off, you hear like a blub 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 blub. It goes off doing Mission Impossible underwater. It's like barrel rolling while swimming and everything. Like you know, like those spy movies where there's one really bad spy who's like combat rolling in the middle of like a straight corridor and shit like that. Like this thing's doing that through the water. Leather. Where's my thing that tells me these things? There it is. Yep. Ugh. This tells me the AC of random materials.
Oh, fun.
Object, AC, and HP. Leather. Cloth, paper, rope, crystal, glass, ice, wood, bone, stone. I would say that'll fall in closest with cloth, paper, and rope, which is AC 11. So this thing
I was going to say, we have leather armor, which is 11 itself.
Yeah.
Plus deck, so.
And it's a small hard thing that it's trying to chew through. So we'll need to do 7 damage. Okay, cool. So, right, here's how I'm going to do this. I will roll for this little piranha to bite this thing. It's going to have to make 7 successful attacks to chew through the leather, okay?
Okay.
Keeping it fair.
Yeah.
Every time it fails an attack, I will have the guards go through the various levels of awareness. So at the moment, they're just passive. If it fails one, they will go to being quizzical, i.e. they will make active perception checks. If it fails another one, they'll go to the point of actively searching, which will be perception checks without any kind of disadvantage. And then if it fails another one, it'll be we found you.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool.
Sounds
so,
good.
The first 3, it needs it as a +5 to its bite attack. So it needs a 6. A 6 up to succeed in the attack. The first one's a 13. Second one's an 18. Third one's a 5. Okay?
Nice.
I'll make him make the perception check just now. Not the perception, the stealth check, sorry. That's an 18 plus 2. That is beyond their passive perception, but they're now like... Did you hear something? No, I didn't hear anything. Alright, okay. I could have sworn... Nah, never mind. We continue on. We have 2 successful attacks. That's a 13, 3 successes. That's an 8, 4 successes. That's a 10, 5 successes.
Alright.
That's a 7, 6 successes. And that's a 17. 7 successes. So, over the course of 6 times 7 is 42. Over the course of just under a minute, it's just this little... At one point, stop. And then about a minute after that, you just see bobbing towards you this little... Going like Nemo's lucky fin. This little piranha carrying in its mouth a sigil, which is about the same size as it.
You go, little dude.
And it drops it into your hand.
I kind of rub its back a little bit. The rotted one praises you. And I sort of shuffle it back into the gauntlet.
Goes back into the crevices of the gauntlet. And you now have a sigil that can be used to drop the barriers around this information.
Okay. So I will be. So yeah, around the thicker, the bigger, cooler looking sigils, I will be dropping the barriers. Um, I guess, just checking to see what they are.
Okay. So as you go along these, like I said, there are 6 that are scrolls. 4 of them are spell scrolls. The other 2 are ancient. You can translate any language it's spoken. How are you on reading?
Reading, that doesn't work underwater. That's not an automatic thing. Um,
Okay. Well, what languages can you read?
Let me check. Let's see. I have. Sorry, this is somewhere. Give me a second. I have common. I have primordial. I have Aquan. Um. Oh, and I believe I have the Sicalian language. Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, you can read one of these ancient scrolls. It is written in primordial. And it appears to be like a first-hand recording of some event that happened among the primordial entities of the 9 bodies. And it talks of the downfall, specifically, of 2 of them. One being the downfall of a creature of wisdom, a creature of knowledge and memory, falling into decay, rot. And the other one being less of a fall and more of a darkening of its nature, a being of chaos, a being of true, unbridled and unrestrained chaotic power, and how the rest of the primordial entities fought against them, and together through their combined capabilities were able to put them down. But what this also gives you, this first-hand account, it details that when they were pushed down, when they were pushed into the Black Ocean and they were pushed to the point where their power became subdued, it gave this scroll that you have here gives what they were, how they were able to do that, how they were able to erect the cages around these entities that kept them locked and confined to the deep, dark depths. And while it gives you here how they were able to cage them, it also has here information on how to break those locks. You hold in your hand a scroll that not only tells you how to cage a primordial entity, but how to free one. And you can feel that satisfaction of Kriakos in the back of your mind. You can almost feel the physical sensation of his tentacles as he mutters to you in the back of your mind, "Yes, this is what we seek." Now, read, transcribe, and then decay. As they are giving you the order to read this, take it to memory, and then destroy it.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm actually gonna read it. Been reading it. In terms of like the memorization of it all, I'm gonna say that so I have this spell, illusory script.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'd like to use it to transcribe what I read here onto. Actually, no. I'm sorry. That doesn't make sense. He doesn't want me to. He wants this destroyed, so I'm not gonna transcribe it anywhere else. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Okay. So what do I need to do to memorize it? Do I just like memorize it, or do I need to like roll intelligence for that, or?
So unless you have a feat that would, like you have the keen mind feat, which allows you to perfectly recall anything within the past 30 days. Unless you have something along the lines of that, this would be you reading it, and then at a point to recall information on it, rolling a history check and see if you remember it. Unless there's another way that you can recall the information. For instance, you could steal it and not destroy it, keep it hidden so that you can study it over a longer time, or really the only option would be to try your hardest and hope you remember.
In that case, I do think that I will use illusory script. Okay, is there like any blank paper floating around? Actually, no, I do have a writing kit on me, which I presume has paper. Yeah. Okay. And so yeah, I will use illusory script to transcribe what I've like the scroll one to one. I will make it look like something else. Probably just let's see, I like if I could get like what like the what looks like would be feasible coming out of this room. Probably just like general historical notes that I pick up. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you transcribe
that's
it
what
into
I'd
what
make it
essentially
look like.
looks. Okay, cool. Absolutely fine. Yep, illusory script perfectly works within that line. You can definitely do that very easily.
Okay.
And then what? And then what do you do with this scroll? This ancient, one of a kind.
Well, the master said to destroy it. Trying to see if there's like a quiet way I can do this. I mean, it's ancient. Could I possibly just like tear it to pieces?
I mean, a minute ago you pulled a bunch of piranhas out of nowhere, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I will simply throw the scroll up and then cast my hand into the air and let the piranhas whirl into a tornado of little guys and simply nibble it to pieces.
There are several tomes of ancient power that are so potently magical, you have to conduct dizzying levels of hoop jumping in order to actually destroy them. This is not one of those. This is just a piece of really, really old knowledge lost to time. And you destroy what is currently known to be the only copy of it. It is in shreds within seconds. At which point you can take the scroll casing, push it back together, and stick it back in, and reactivate the barrier as if you were never there.
And in that case, I will leave this room. And I will thank the guards on the way out. Thank you, fellows, so much for letting me access this. I have information here is just revelatory. I look forward to mulling this all over later. You are a fine pair of gents. Yes, you are. And as I'm leaving, as like the minute I get around the corner from them, I do want to like drop the seal on the ground because like at some point they're gonna notice that the seal is gone, and I want to make it as like unsuspicious that I want to make it look like it just like broke off and fell off, and not
Okay. I mean, the way a piranha chewed that thing off, it's not going to look like it was cut. If anything, it would look like it probably snapped or frayed through. It's through the library, so I would say you don't really need to make any rolls on anything in order to make it look like it just kind of came off. You just, as you're leaving, you just drop it. It'll look,
okay. Fair enough.
it'll fall naturally into place, so to speak.
Gotcha. That went shockingly well.
Is that everything for you, Architeuthis?
I believe it is.
Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, because we're a little bit late for a break, so I'm going to take my party for a quick 15-minute break, and then we come back. I'm going to go to Marisol and their dream. Yeah, they're dreaming. How cool is that? And then we will see where the rest of the session takes us. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we'll be back for part 2 in 15 minutes. Hi there, folks. Welcome back to part 2 of our little underwater trauma dumping episode. Emotional dumping episode, sorry, not trauma dumping. It's actually been nice emotions. And, you know, destruction of property. As we come back in, I am going to take us over to Marisol. Marisol,
I'm mildly unconscious.
Mildly unconscious.
Mildly.
Well, to paraphrase The Princess Bride, mostly unconscious is still semi-conscious. So, Marisol, with everything that you've seen lately, and the exhaustion because of how you've seen these things rippling through your body, what's Marisol's dreamscape like? What is in Marisol's mind as she is asleep? Sorry, as they are, as no, yeah, she as she is asleep.
Yeah, she or they.
Yeah, sorry. It's because I looked at your thing there, but it says they them, but it's next to your name, not Marisol. So I was like, oh shit. What's
Much appreciated.
What's the dreamscape like?
You know, I have this image of Marisol every once in a while going back to her old village after it was all sort of torn down and just kind of sitting and looking at it when she could. And I feel like in her dreamscape she's in that space but not, because it's the land that the village would have been on, but in a state where it's pretty much just sand. Like everything that ever made it a village is gone. Just sort of looking out into the vastness of everything, in echoes of all the information she has just taken in.
For the first part of your dream, and again, within dreams, time is even more of a soup than it is in general. So you don't know if it's a minute into your dream or an hour into your dream, or hell, it could, for the level of exhaustion you've got, it could be a day into this dream. You have no idea.
Yeah.
But you'll feel a hand kind of slip into yours, interlace its fingers with yours. And just, you know, there's no immediate conversation. Celia just kind of stands there. And just feels the space with you. And again, there's a little passage of time before Celia will say to you, "What do you need?"
Besides rest? I suppose I need answers. And a way to stop whatever is coming that was apparently only an experiment that happened to my village. Which is terrifying. I don't understand where something like this comes from. I understand even less why it comes. Have you ever? Sorry, I can only assume that because you were attached to one... I think you were attached to me at the time, you did see some of that?
I saw most of what you saw. And where I'm from, we have things born from a similar nature. Winter elves in the past who have been too curious. They thought more about whether they could rather than whether they should. And we've seen scenes like this, but never guided, never I don't think I have words to describe. Which is strange because I'm fluent in at least 8 languages. I don't know why somebody would be doing this. But if what you need is answers, I'll do what I can to help you get them.
Just doesn't fully pan out somehow. How one kid talking to a stranger could lead to this kind of decimation. If that's even how I should still link it.
I suppose you... If anybody has a right to decide what it is, it's you.
Suppose so.
It's not my place to say this. What we are is very new. So I don't know if there will ever be a time when it is my place to say this, but I'll say it nonetheless and accept the consequences of it being said. You don't have to be silent about this. You're allowed to vocalize what this is, how this affects you. You don't need a large, overbearing storm being to call you a voice in order for you to have one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I can actually be quite positive that I will be talking quite a bit more about this now. Because it seems like we have another stop on our list of people to try and overthrow before they overthrow everyone else. If it's even possible, he seemed... I don't know what he seemed. I've never really seen anything like that before.
I can't really pass a comment on the lengths that somebody would go to achieve what I can only assume is longevity. most of the reasons I pursued what I am, one was for power, the other was for immortality, to never have to worry about running out of time to study and learn all the things I wanted to learn. It just seems like the way that this person has went about it is grotesque. It's barbaric. There's so many replacements of him that you have to wonder, is there anything of who he was left?
I can't imagine there is.
What will you do when you find them?
I would like to say that I would be level-headed in how I approach this and what, in order to take him down in the most effective way possible, but I may just kill him in the most violent way I can think of. I'm going to be perfectly honest. If he can die, that is the trick, isn't it? It just... He's not a man that deserves to keep living.
I agree.
But
I believe, quite against what a lot of people may agree, but I believe some people just don't deserve to be alive.
one of the last things I saw before the vision faded and I then very much threw up all over these very nice people's cafeteria, which I do feel very much about, was that he considered his experiment to wipe out my village using these creatures that he's created to be a success. A vast success because there was no survivors. Which does make my existence a bit of a problem for him.
Well, I say that as soon as possible we make it a problem he's aware of.
Maybe not as soon as possible. As soon as we're sure we have an upper hand.
Okay.
I am distraught and disturbed by what has happened in the wake of young foolishness, but I am not particularly in a rush to possibly destroy anything that I have built with all of you. We've already lost a couple people along our path, and we don't need to add to the body count by getting into a fight we're not ready for.
that's what you wish, then I will back you.
It's not what I wish, but it's the smart thing to do.
He'll laugh a little at that before saying, please believe me. Sometimes the smart thing is not always the right thing. I've done the smart thing for most of my existence. Recently I've learned that doing the right thing isn't always what you would consider smart. Every single thing that I've ever been told tells me that the smart thing would be to leave the oceans, go back home, go to people who will understand, find people that will join in my academic pursuits. And that's definitely the smart thing. But I don't think it's
But
the
you're
right
learning
thing.
so much about. But you're learning so much about having girlfriends.
Again,
That's an academic pursuit.
yes, being with you and with Luce is most definitely an academic pursuit. I believe I could write several papers on just the morning activities alone. And it's definitely the right thing to be here to do that. The right thing's only going to be known to you. It's up to you if smart and right fall hand in hand. But whatever you decide to do, I'll help in whatever way I can.
Thank you.
That's what... Wait, you said girlfriends.
Yes.
Okay. Because that's the first time it's been said out loud, a confirmation of what Marisol and Celia's relationship is. So he's just like, oh, okay, cool.
I mean, I thought that was sort of implied with the Celia, go get our girlfriend
Oh,
thing earlier.
yeah, I understand that, you know, Luce is my partner and Luce is also your partner, and I didn't know that we were... I mean, I thought, but, you know, there was never a conversation of... And I'm totally fine with the idea of...
She's gonna kiss him while he keeps doing this.
His... Unlike the first time when Luce kissed him and he kind of froze and then kind of went into the kiss, his hands just instinctively go to your back and pull you in close. And when the kiss eventually parts, he'll just kind of like he'll be like nodding and like, yep. From the research I have done previously, that is definitely what girlfriends and... Do you mind if we use the term partners?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay. Do you want to stay here or do you want to see something different?
Did you have something in mind?
It's It's not the real thing, but I could show you something a bit more pleasant.
Okay. You've piqued my curiosity.
So I will ask you this because this is technically how it will happen. Are you... Would you be willing to willingly fail a saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. Celia is going to cast Hypnotic Pattern. Basically makes a massive illusion. Oh wait, it's not. It's hallucinatory terrain. It's hallucinatory terrain, not hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
Basically just creates a big... I believe it's 500 feet by 500 feet. I think so. Whatever the range on it is. Basically just creates a winter wasteland. Just the sand on that you're standing on becomes snow. And instead of like bits of silt and such passing in the current, it's snowing. In the distance you can see large ice caps and mountains, and to your right you can see like a fjord coastline with floating icebergs. And yeah, fuck it, the Aurora Borealis in the skies. And he'll say, this is snow. You can build things with it.
Like, I sort of stick my hand into it. Can I feel the snow? Like,
if you willingly fail the saving throw, this feels like snow.
just stick my full hand in it, pull it back. This is... Why does it sting if I keep my hand in there too long?
It's because it's cold.
What kind of things do you build with it?
Okay.
Do people build houses out of it?
Some people do. There are a group of people, a group of humans that live on the same land as us called the Skaldica. They build rural homes out of it sometimes while they're travelling. But there's a really fun thing you can build out of it. And he's going to point to a spot about 50 feet away. He's going to go stand over there.
Okay.
And then he will bend down and he will scoop up a handful of snow. And he'll compact it all together. And he'll go...
Oh, Jesus.
And he's going to go, there's a game that we play. It's mostly children that do it. But sometimes adults get involved, okay? So stand where you are. And the point of this is... And then he's just going to throw the snowball at you. Celia has a +1 to dexterity, so that is a total. That's a total of 18.
Does technically hit me.
What do you mean technically hit you? Wait, do you mean?
Not technically. It just does hit me.
Oh right, okay, cool. It hits you, right? At which point you're going to get hit with a snowball right in the chest. And Celia will just laugh.
Okay.
And he's gonna... And now you do it.
Okay. I am going to pick up some snow, pack it together. She's probably going to pack it together way too tight because she has no idea how this works. And then
just
absolutely
pelts him in the
hurl it.
face with a lump of ice. Like, just clumps him straight in the jaw, yeah. Go for it. It'll be a dexterity ranged attack, so D20 plus dexterity. Do you have proficiency with throwing weapons?
I don't believe I do.
So then it would just be D20 plus your dexterity. As long as you get at least a 14, you're hitting him.
My computer is so fucking slow. Uh, that is also an 18.
An 18, yeah, you full on square up pelt him straight in the face with this intensely compacted ball of snow. It doesn't burst like snowballs usually do. It more bounces off his face.
Like
and as
that?
he would go, yes, exactly like that. Although maybe not as tightly pushed. Do you know what? And he'll come over and he'll pick up snow and pack it together a little bit softer, and then show you as he kind of presses in on it, like little indents that are made, so like it should still be quite soft, so that it bursts when it hits you. Kyle, not everybody puts rocks inside snowballs and then hurls them, okay? Yeah. We are absolute fucking shit cunts for doing that in secondary school. Is that a thing that happens in America when you guys snowball fight? Do you guys put rocks inside of snowballs? Right, okay, cool. I'm glad to know.
I've heard about. I've never seen people do it. Like,
it was like there was always just one kid in school that if you had a snowball fight, you knew this cunt was putting rocks inside snowballs.
I used to put icicles inside of snowballs.
Yeah,
that's worse, man. What the hell?
So you hide the evidence.
Yeah, it melts. It's fine.
Is there anything else you wanted to do between the pair of you, or do you guys just devolve into playground bullshit, throwing snowballs at each other?
Absolutely. I'm just bullying Celia because my strength is so much better than his.
It's so much higher.
Denny, keep in mind, you have a tail.
Yep.
Just
scoop it
bat
up.
them. Just bat them. Serve and bat.
Fucking hell, man. I've just imagined like Marisol putting a big massive snowball together and then just like putting her tail under it and then just forward rolling and launching this thing. It's like Celia standing like 4 snowballs levitating and going like, okay, here's some telekinesis, and just gets hit with essentially the boulder from Indiana Jones. Like just. So we'll leave Marisol in her little dreamscape and we're going to go to I believe Luce had a conversation they wanted to do.
Denny, how are you on time?
I'd say safely like I have a half an hour.
This is quick.
Okay.
Cal, I need Reaver.
You have Reaver.
Reaver had already said he was on his way to come for you, so like.
The only question is, do I pass Architeuthis? That's my only question.
I wouldn't say so. 2 different directions.
Cool, fine.
So, is Reaver coming on the... Does Reaver hear anything of the conversation between Luce and Architeuthis? Or does he come after that? Because we were talking for like an hour and a half.
I think it was a couple of hours. But he was with the kids for a fair bit of time. So I would say it balances itself out.
Yeah, so you find Luce just still sitting on the ground, leaning up against something, probably a piece of furniture, just rebraiding Marisol's hair and like detangling it with fingers and humming.
Is this a bedroom or is this like a communal barracks brand? Like, just give me the context of the room.
This is like this is like a barracks room.
Okay, then because let me give you a call back to like session 2. If I'm seeing Marisol is like this, I'm immediately going to go into one of the beds and just take the sheet off. Or if there's not that, I'm going to rip a curtain down and again put it over Marisol.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Marisol was cold. Got to keep him warm. Got to have a good sleep.
Marisol's a tropical fish.
Very literally, Marisol is a tropical fish.
I appreciate it very much.
Where have you been?
Entertaining an orphanage.
Oh. How'd that go?
Really nicely.
Yeah.
I still haven't found the bully yet. I will.
There's a bully.
Yeah,
You-
they kept ripping the doll. It'll work itself out.
Well, you guys have this. I'm just going to jump away for a quick moment. I'll be back. I have my earphones, so I'll still hear these.
Are you not gonna let me help with the bully?
Oh, I think it's much better if you do than I do because of the whole. And I'm just gonna like extend the hand. I got
So
this
you
though,
want-
and I'll show the brooch.
That's. Did a kid give you that?
No, one of the order did. I don't know.
They just give those things away willy nilly then. All right. That's something. So you're
Yeah.
really good with kids. You a certified babysitter now.
I guess.
At least. Didn't think you'd be good with kids.
Great with people, but
People.
no,
Ki-
people aren't great with me. Kids, however,
Mhm.
innocent. They don't see and run. They just go, "What's that?" And they ask questions. They're little bundles of joy sometimes. They just see the world as it is rather than take judgment.
So you like it when kids ask you questions, but when I was trying to ask you questions, you get annoyed with me.
You'll listen when I say stop.
Yeah.
Well, you don't actually. But anyway,
Sometimes. Depends on the context. You gotta say uncle.
yeah, I've met your uncle now. No, I'm good.
Technically, he's my uncle-in-law. My actual uncle's dead. So, missed that by a couple years. Apparently, would have liked me a lot. Kind of wishing that one was still around. But, well, I'm glad you had a good time at least. Especially making friends. You want me to
Yeah.
help you with the bully? I can do.
We need to get out of here as soon as we can.
Why?
Because the kid gave me and I quote, a lucky rock.
And you took it?
It's a kid!
You can't just sneakily give it back to them?
They said I couldn't give it to anyone. I don't know. I'll deal with it, but I don't want that following here.
All right, well, we'll deal with that. I'm on pillow duty right now, so I can't do much. Marisol used that scroll you gave her.
Oh. How'd that go?
Yeah. Magic's weird. Magic
Yeah.
will always be fucking weird. You're gonna have to ask her about it. But basically, she found out what happened to her village.
So who we killing?
Oh, somebody with a fucking complicated name.
They all
got
do.
complicated fucking names. Reaver, like, I can't nobody have a normal ass name. Just a normal one. Like, I like Wreckborn. Wreckborn have simple names. Ain't nothing fancy about it. Purpose, name, drive, keeps them going. Easy to remember. People are different. But no, she's she came out of whatever the magic was and threw up in the cafeteria. So then I touched the phylactery and I touched the necklace, and Feather got worried and basically was yelling at me. I had to throw my name around to get this place settled for us early so I could then find her someplace to lay down. Feather's on edge about whoever the fuck destroyed Marisol's village, thinking that basically she's not going to want to be with him once she finds out some context things about how his weird magic shit works. I told him that's a them conversation. That's magic. I don't understand that shit.
Can't go any worse than
Surely
the one
unders-
he was supposed to have with you, for fuck's sake.
What was he supposed to have with me?
Do you know how he is a lich?
Yeah.
Then apparently he told you more than how he looked to have told you. Or you took it a lot better than I expected. The point being...
He's fine, right? Don't just shake your head at me.
I'd be a hypocrite to say I was better, but...
Oh, I ain't much better either. What a crop of sea kelp we make. A tangle bit of that.
Where's Echo?
All right. I don't know. I haven't seen Echo. I thought Echo was with you.
No, I kind of had a moment, and then this little Sicilian kid came up, and I then became a babysitter.
Kid nice to you?
Incredibly sweet. Hence why I'm going to go
That's
find
not-
out about the bullies, but, you know.
All right. Well, if you need mischief, I'm itching for some mischief, truly. But I don't know where Echo went. Archtoothus wants me to help him get into some private archive to do some scholarly shit, nerd shit. I gotta talk to my dad about that. It's gonna be fucking interesting. Morden might be able to help. I don't know. I might need to talk to fucking Commander Uncle about that, possibly. No idea where my fucking cousin is. Can we dance tomorrow? Maybe, just like real quick, just a quick one, just a
Sure.
little turnabout. I gotta. And she will pull the scimitar, which is the coral scimitar.
Yeah.
This thing's weird, and I want to see what it does.
By all means.
But like, I don't know. I want to see how to use it. It's bigger than tooth, so can't use both. So,
Do you want to learn how to?
you want to teach me?
Easy enough. It's all
Okay,
about
let's do it.
whether you can learn it.
I mean, I'm real good study.
You
As
got
long
the
as I can see it
biceps
in
for it.
action. I mean, I try. No, it's more about. I think this has better reach, which might be better. But you know, the shield kind of might hurt people if I keep using it.
Yeah.
Options. You want to sharpen it?
I'll give it a go.
Stick.
Where do we go from here, by the way?
We got to stay here until Marisol gets better, or until Saley gets back. It's kind of my consensus. At least until Marisol gets better.
Okay. Because I have concerns. Now, two of
No.
them, thanks to the kid.
Okay.
But if we need to wait for Mouse or the rest, maybe I can speak to Echo and the Order, maybe get some help.
I already got to talk to Morden. You want to come with me?
Can do.
Maybe we can fight him.
There'll be like a body shiver of like Maybe. But we've got debts. Well, I've got debts to still pay. And I don't want them hanging over us. And I'm going to point at Marisol. Taito's not going to wait.
All right, fine. Hey, but you're smarter than me. Fine. Tomorrow, we'll start working on shit.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
Echo has that pool thing. Maybe that gets us closer. I don't even know what the fucking temple is. Maybe Akatuthis knows?
Maybe. I got a map. And she will roll out the map. And I guess we're just gonna start plotting to try to figure out where the fuck that temple that Taito wanted Reaver to fuck up is.
Okay.
We were in Deep Heart, and you were given coordinates from Deep Heart.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm proficient in cartography.
So then I'll allow you to roll. Mapping something is technically wisdom based because of survival. So we'll call it a wisdom. Do you have survival?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so make it a survival check with advantage with Reaver helping you.
First one is a 12 plus 4 is math.
16.
Advantage. It's a 5 plus 4. We're gonna go with a 16.
Okay, on a 16, as the coordinates are given from Deep Heart, it appears like... Not it appears, that's the wrong word. Based on what you remember of the coordinates given to you, Reaver, you can get the rough area with a 16 total. It appears to be an area to the north of the location of Deep Heart. If you were to put it in the context of the above the descent, you'd be verging into just across the border of the frozen salt sea, the frozen salt ocean. So you're into the Arctic territories, but right on the, won't say right in the border, just over the border of it. So right in the area known as the Expanse, where it's just an empty wasteland, nothing lives there. You're under that, in the Black Ocean beneath that.
Okay.
And she will mark it on the map. Anything else?
I mean, yeah, but not that I'm going to say out loud here.
Tomorrow. How about you and I go on a walk?
Grown. Heat. And I'm going to point at Marisol and basically have, again, the cuddle puddle now become grown, just wrap up and heat them up.
Groen will slide his tail between Marisol's head and Luce's leg, allowing Luce to be able to stand up without jostling Marisol, and then as Luce gets up, he will just curve himself right back in, filling the space, so to speak.
Alright. We need to fucking sleep. Probably sometime soon. You want to try to find the others, or do you want to just hunker down, keep watch till they get back?
You're the one needing sleep.
All right, let's do what we usually do. You don't have Celia to keep watch with you. We're in a safe place, but I don't trust these people. So, just do what we usually do.
Back to back.
Back to back.
I will sit in front of the door, like, if it was to open so it's still got the space, and then just start sharpening.
Okay.
And I am going to unattune from the shield and attune to the bracers of defense.
Okay.
And then whenever I get the scimitar back, I will attune to that as well. So I have 2 spots that I'm attuned to.
Fantastic. And if that's everything for you guys, I think we're going to use the last little bit of time we've got to get Echo introduced into their village. Oh,
Real quick, I want to do a time check because I want to be very cognizant of Denny being able to sleep. You're muted.
by the time check I had here, we got about 10 minutes. I was just going to get you into the village, do the intro, and then I was going to end
Yeah,
this.
that's what I was going to say.
That's all I was going to do. Cool. No worries. Thank you for the checking in on that. So going back to Echo very briefly here. For whatever time you've been flitting around just experiencing, looking at, living in this state this body that should have been yours. Eventually, Chimoperius is going to, move their head into your line of sight and say, I can take you there now, if you would like.
That would be great, actually.
They'll pull their head back from your vision, snaking it round and pushing up till the tip of their snout touches the brine pool above. And as they touch that, it shimmers. And very much like your form change with that aquamarine passing of light from the centre out, it's the exact same thing, but what appears here is a coral expanse. And you can hear music. Singing, to be very specific. You can see children with what appear to be like the equivalent of household pets here, which equate to essentially small plesiosaurs. Everything is brightly coloured. All the colours you could picture on coral, all over the place here. Their homes are constructed similar to what you would expect of I guess the safe way to put it would be like almost like igloos underwater, constructed from broken up shell, coral and silt pushed together with maybe like remnant clay formed into bricks and then piled around each other, which creates a very, very strange coloration and broken, almost mosaic pattern of houses. Everything's incredibly unique. And Chimoperius will look to you, look through it and say, they won't be able to tell. They'll see you and they'll know you're one of them. But you can take as much time as you like.
I think I've waited too long already. And with that, she will pass on through.
And as you move on through, the complete senses of this entire place hammer onto you. The sound becomes less muffled and you can see the remnants of the Betan people. You can see a lot of draconic influence in how their buildings are constructed, the way things are carved. When you see as you're swimming around this small town that they have, you'll see written signs and such which you can now understand, and they're written in a draconic script. Their language appears to come from a draconic origin. Druidic / natural magic seems to be the major magical presence here. But you do see a lot of like what you understand to be arcane magic since you've been around like Celia and for the time that they were here, Ariel and Arctuthus using their magics. They're all fairly friendly. There's less vocal greetings, and people make a very, very you see a very, very common gesture being used, which is the placement of the pointer and pinky finger on the cheekbones and then the pulling away from the face, which is appears to be some kind of like a casual greeting that they use. The one thing you don't see is the major features of this group of people being the bright colours and everything. It's very difficult to get a handle on any kind of biological sex on them. There's nothing that gives it away. There's no secondary sex characteristics or anything like that. It's an incredibly androgynous appearance from every single being. From what you hear in conversational patterns, it's mostly about self-identity. And as they see you, they start to take notice of the fact that you're not, that you're new. And eventually at one point you'll find yourself being approached by someone, a member of this community. And they'll swim up to you and they'll stop in front of you, very friendly. They perform this greeting and then they say to you, "You are new to here."
Yes. Hi.
Hi. My name is Pala. What is yours?
Oh, that's such a pretty name.
It is wise.
That makes sense. Euphrosyne is my name.
We don't get new people here. So there are a lot of people who would like to meet you.
Okay.
Are you comfortable coming alone, or would you like to take my hand?
Oh. There's this moment where she pauses and she really like looks this person over, not like sizing them up or anything like that. And her eyes rest on like the hand for a good moment. And there's this internal conflict. Because as much as the outside has changed, the inside
Of course.
is very
Yes.
much not. And it takes a while of hesitation before she kind of shakes herself off and she reaches out and she goes, "A hand would be lovely."
A hand it is. And they will take your hand, and then they swim over to a group of people who all perform this same greeting. And I think that's a nice place to leave. And we'll pick up with Echo being introduced to members of this community next week. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody that came to see us today. Thank you to my cast for the major character emotional upheavals that they all very actively took part in today. If you enjoyed what you've seen here, folks, please do consider going and checking us out on our social medias. Check out anywhere at World Tree Quest. We're only active on a few because the ones we're not active on are raging dumpster fires. Yeah, that's really all I've got to plug from my side of things. So I'm going to pass on to my cast and allow them to quickly plug all the things that they want to plug and get out there. Kyle, anything you would like to plug at all?
Well, I'm just Kyle, but the more you get to know me, the more you realize it's more than just that. I am a paid professional GM on Start Playing. If you want to see me actually in the GM seat instead of a player seat, please do find me there. I'm also going to be at a bunch of conventions coming up soon, which will be PAX East, Gen Con, UK Games Expo with Bran, and a few others at the World Tree Quest. So you'll be coming to see me those. I'll be running different systems such as Our Brilliant Ruin, Eldritch Automata, Titan's Keep, and a few others that I can't speak about yet because they're coming out soon. But basically, new games, new content, you want to try it, I'm happy to run it for you. And the same regard, if you're a company you see this, happily, I will learn anything for chaos and shenanigans. Please, it'll be good fun. On the aspect of things that are coming out, there is a project that I am working on with the wonderful Manus Diamond that I don't know if we can speak about yet, but it will be coming out soon, so keep an eye out when you get to see that. And I will then pass over to Denny.
Denny!
Hello. You can find me on TikTok at Lawless Aries Cosplay. You can find my jewelry at Magpie Finds on Etsy.com. I make a lot of beaded and polymer clay jewelry. I'll be starting to make my Pride stuff again soon. I know it's a little early, but you can never be too prepared for the gay. And you can check out my writing at absurdistpress.com. I should be having 2 books come out this year. One is called Remember Me, which takes place from the perspective of a ghost girl trying to help other girls who are trapped in cults. And the other one is called Cuttlefish and the Valkyrie, which has been described by its editor as the Thor and Spider-Man lesbian story we all deserve.
Yes, we deserve that. Give it to us.
Yes. And I think that's all for me, so I'll pass it on over to Diamond. Who's muted?
I was taking notes and catching up. Okay. Hiya, I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I use they, she pronouns. I'm a TTRPG actual play performer. I am a sex worker who works with nonprofit organizations such as Decrim 305 and Yayo Provida, based in Miami-Dade County, Florida, which works towards a lot of really cool, awesome things that I've talked about on social media before. And if you don't follow me, you should. I'm everywhere at Madness Diamond. You can find my beacons at beacons.ai/Madness Diamond, where you can see all the lovely social media platforms I'm on. Some of them suck, but the algorithm is the algorithm, and I can't be choosy. And so you can find me really as it stands here on Thursdays, playing Melusine Lusvestra, Glimmertide, your lovely Battlemaster Fighter, Ancestral Guardian, Barbarian, and Rogue. I did a triple class. It's a lot. But yeah, you can find everything I do. I post content on TikTok. I post content on Instagram. And if you would like to know more about me, feel free to ask. If you are a GM looking for a place to put your game, if you are a player looking for a table to play at, or if you're just somebody who needs a little help networking in the space and needs a helping hand in some kind of way, let me know. I am also one of the executive producers for the Everbright Archive, a TTRPG anthology podcast, starring myself, our lovely Silky Cove, Bardic Sweet Tea, Bruni Ursa are all Bardic deities who are challenging the current champion of Bards, Sphinx Akasha, for the title. So if you would like to check us out, you can find that at The Everbright on most social medias or The Everbright Archive. It is also my Beacons link, and you can listen to the first, I believe it's like 4 episodes and then a Build-A-Bard episode, where myself, Sphinx, Bryn, and Sweet Tea all talk about our bards and how we build them. And then there will be a special episode that's all about Selkies. But if you'd like to support the Everbright, we also have a Ko-Fi page where you can find a lot of cool stuff, like a lot of the music that Sphinx has composed. But I play Jemmy Horde on that one. I'm currently playing Lysander Agni in The Last Story, which is our fabulous Ultimate game, who is definitely not an arsonist. And I'm also one of the directors and the lead admin producer over on House of Dreams, which now has a Twitch channel, where we're currently running a Vampire the Masquerade game, GM by Callum, who is Theatre Callum, and then we also have Kechi Okami, who is Hector Reyes Jr., who is running Wander Homes Season 2. So if you'd like to check those out, go ahead. It's just twitch.tv/House of Dreams. That is the other project I work for. But I'm also the community manager for the cast side of things here on World Tree Quest. I help with the lore. I make sure the schedule does the schedule thing, and popcorn over to Selkie. I filled as much time as I could.
I appreciate. I'm Selkie. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove. My pronouns change constantly, so good luck. You can't get them wrong, so don't worry about that. I can currently be found here, stream-wise, and then over on Dinner and a Game playing Art of Resistance. Coming back this Saturday in theory. Next Saturday, potentially. We'll see how that ends up. But that is actually almost wrapped up. So you won't be able to find me there much longer. And after that, I'll just be here. I'm not going to be streaming anywhere else. I'll be a World Tree Quest exclusive. And I will continue to be a World Tree Quest exclusive probably from here on out. So, there's that. So if you want to see me playing a game, you're gonna have to. I'm here. However, when it comes to podcasts and playing on a podcast, the Everbright Archive is also where you'll find me. My bardic deity is Erebos, also known as Rabbit or Phobator. And I have somehow forgotten the name. It's been so long.
Blythe.
Who are you?
Blythe.
Yes, Blythe, but I'm trying to remember the other one.
Erebus, Phobator, and Rabbit.
No, Blythe's other. Post-robotic Blythe. Don't worry about it. If you want to know, you're gonna have to watch the Everbright Archive or listen to it. I'll remember it later, I'm sure. But there's a whole transformation sequence that Blythe undergoes and becomes a full robotic entity. So if you want to see how that goes and why that goes, you have to watch. You want to see the epic fight that we're about to finish when we next record. You're gonna have to watch and you're gonna have to keep caught up. And if you want to see that Diamond's character is absolutely an arsonist, Lysandra is an arsonist, you're also gonna have to listen. So I'm just saying it's worth it. Outside of that, as I said, you can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove or Selkie's Cove, depending. My content is actually going to be shifting a little bit away from TTRPG stuff on platforms. I'm moving into a lot more modeling content. I'm getting jobs for that. I've actually been featured in an LGBT magazine recently. And so, if you're interested in working with me as a model, I do a lot of fantasy stuff. You can reach me at selkiesjester@gmail.com. All of my links are in my link tree, which is Selkie Cove. I do a lot of shoots in the Pacific Northwest. I am going to California for some shoots soon. I'm also going to be in Las Vegas not too long from now, end of this month, early next month. So if you're in that region and you want to do a shoot with me, let me know. But I'm very flexible on the payment I receive. I'm also very happy to do trade for print type things, so long as like I can get there, am I already in the area, that sort of thing. I can do makeup, I can do hair, I can do my own outfits, so you don't have to worry about that. If you want to do all that, you can. I'm not gonna say no. I like being dressed up. What can I say? But that's where a lot of my content is going. So if aesthetic and fantasy stuff and Ren fairs and all that interests you, that's what I'm gonna be doing. So yeah, I am then going to, last but certainly not least, our wonderful newest member, who I am so happy is here, Diamond Quality Cosplay.
Hello. I'm Patrick. Patrick Diamond of Diamond Quality Cosplay. You can find me as Diamond Quality Cosplay on Instagram, where I post a bunch of most of my cosplay there. Cosplays of comic characters, video game characters, also my own TTRPG. This yet? That's the future. Shouldn't be too long now. At end of the year, hopefully. End of the year, we'll have an Architeuthis shoot. I'm also on I'm also on Instagram as Diamond Quality Photography, where I post a lot of cosplay photography. My next con is going to be Castle Point Anime Convention here in New Jersey. Yeah. If you're ever on like this side of the United States hemisphere, let's talk. Absolutely. But yeah, and then also I'm on TikTok as well, Diamond Quality Clips. I post a lot of different post a lot of videos of me as my various characters. There's even a few Architectus videos up there. It's been a while, but they're there. Other than that, that's pretty much all on my end.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, everybody. If that's it from my players, that's it from me. So that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch and YouTube. With me today, we've had Just Kyle, we've had Selkie Cove, we've had Diamond Quality Cosplay, we've had Madness Diamond, and we've had Lawless Ares Cosplays. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. It's okay to be nice to your players once in a while. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night.